Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the virtual Roblox Festival of Aerobatic Teams 2022. We have a really cool lineup for you guys here today. If I pull up the schedule, this is what's going to be flying today. So of course we are opening now here at 6 o'clock GMT, depending on your time zone, it's going to be different. Followed by the B29 flyover. If I just quickly switch over to what's in game right this second, we can see that sitting at the end of the runway we have Fifi, the B29, is getting ready for her display, which will be taking place very shortly. However, we'll continue just the talking through what's going to be seeing on your screens today. Directly after the B29, we're going to be looking at the RedBull Air Force. I know they have a helicopter. I'm not sure what else they're going to be bringing today, but I've been told it's going to be good, so I'm very excited. I've never seen them perform, and so yeah, it's just one to be really excited for. The Dutch F-16 Falcon, Fighting Falcon. This is a Dutch F-16, going to be putting that jet through its paces, really bringing the noise. So that'll be the first fast jet of tonight. Team 60 from Sweden will be a very unique display team that, again, is very rarely seen at air shows. So it's going to be one that's, very unique, very colourful. It'll be one that should be really exciting to see, so stand by for that. Immediately after, we have the A-10 Warthog, one of the most powerful weapons platforms in the United States arsenal, and that is saying something. And I've been told to expect a surprise for this. Multiple people have DM'd me saying that there's going to be something funny at the end of their display, so I'm very excited to see what they're bringing to the party. Immediately after that, we have the Brazilian Smoke Squadron. This is the only South American display team going to be here at VRFAT, and they are incredibly colourful, so I'm very excited to see what they're going to be doing. Then we have the F-18 Rhino, the second solo performance of second fast jet solo performance of the night. That'll be happening at 20:05 GMT. Once again, very excited to see that jet bringing the noise. I'm sure it'll be very, very energetic. Then we'll be closing VRFAT with the Black Knight. This is one you should definitely be excited for. They're an incredible team. I've seen them perform very recently. And yeah, they're definitely one to be excited for. And they'll be closing the entirety of VRFAT. That is today's air show. I hope you're all, going to get comfy, because now it's time for the B29. There's no commentary provided with this performance. So it's going to be up to me. I can be answering any questions that you have in chat. I can see some people saying that they have questions, so if you want to go ahead and ask it, I can answer it as quickly as possible. Of course, the B29's time slot isn't actually until 18:50, so we've got a nice couple of minutes to settle in, although it looks like they might be starting early, which is good stuff, because seeing as last night's VRFAT did run over by a good 2.5 hours. This tonight should be shorter. Especially if teams like this are going to be going early. The game sound is on, so if it looks a bit quiet, the B29 is quite far away at the moment. That is quite a stunning aircraft. Look how wide it is. Those 4 massive engines roaring into life. You can see the name of the aircraft, Fifi, written across the side there. I don't know a huge amount about the aircraft, so I'll have to, I can look some facts up on the internet, but there's not much good in that. Historic warbird used in the end of World War II. People in chat asking what game is this? This is a closed game. It's got some weird, funky names, so people can't find it very easily. But its access is only given to the team and to media personnel. So unfortunately, you guys can't play it. All these aircraft, the team spent a lot of work making these aircraft completely custom for their teams. It's not like PTFS where they're open to the public. These are just purely for display purposes, these aircraft. And so they're not flyable by the general public. If you want to join any of these teams, you can look in the VRFAT Discord server. There's the B-36. Those massive tyres slinging up into the fuselage there. That is an impressive aircraft. It's very manoeuvrable as well. Wow. I've never seen one of these in real life. I think there's only one flying, and it is Fifi. So this is a virtual representation of the real, only flying B-29. It's an absolutely titanic aircraft. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is the largest aircraft we're going to be seeing here at VRFAT by quite a margin. I'm not sure what the second biggest aircraft, maybe one of the F-18s. We've got lots of small aircraft performing, and lots of fighter jets, and a couple of historic warbirds as well. Sorry, did I say B-36? I must have confused myself. This is, of course, a B-29. B-36 is a mix of props and jets and came later than this aircraft. Now you can see those bomb bays opening up, showing off just how much space it has to bring some devastation. This is, of course, a World War II era aircraft, although it was in service for a good few years afterwards. I've just been told that, yeah, Fifi isn't the only flying B-29. I forgot, the dock has just been restored a few years ago to flying condition. I think Fifi was the only airworthy B-29 for a good while. I'll be honest, I've been watching Better Call Saul, and there's a scene where they go and visit Fifi, and I think one of the characters mentioned that it's the only flying B-29 in the world. So if I'm getting my facts from Better Call Saul, something's probably gone wrong. Those are some massive propellers. You can see the propeller dimensions a little bigger than the fuselage in terms of circumference. You can see that this is a multi-crew aircraft, so there's the tail gunner in there as well. I've seen there's multiple people in the cockpit. I'm not sure what the crew of this aircraft is today. I know it's at least 3. You can always tell it's a B-29 from that massive, well, it's a very distinctive, rounded cockpit, which sets it apart from many of the other bombers of its era. There's massive sets of landing gear coming down as it gets ready for a landing. There you go, so that's a crew of at least 4. I can see 3 in the cockpit, and we know it's got a nose gunner as well. A very short but very sweet performance from the B-29 Fifi. Amazing performance there. This is going to be the same game as the RedBull Air Force. I know they're going to be flying from this map shortly. In fact, there they are, getting ready on the ramp. I wonder if we can get a wave from them. Wave, wave, wave. Nah, they're busy. And the stream delay means they won't even realise until it's a bit late. But it's not their time yet. Let's look back over at the B-29. As it comes thundering towards us. Words are hard. It's quite a large aircraft. Absolutely the biggest aircraft we've seen on our screens so far for VRFAT. And I think it's going to be the biggest overall as well. Up next we do, of course, have the only helicopter of the entirety of VRFAT. And that'll be performing with the RedBull Air Force. The RedBull Air Force doesn't have commentary either, so I'm going to be running my mouth once again, trying my best to pretend I know what I talk about. I'm talking about words that are really difficult today. It's a Sunday night, what can I say? Just a heads up for those of you who don't know, immediately after VRFAT, I am going to be oh, I can hear piston engine firing into life of the Extra 300, the RedBull Air Force. Yeah, so after VRFAT, I'm going to stream the Pensacola Airshow immediately after. If I'm not too dead, and if this doesn't run over too much. Oh, small lag spike there from the game. Here we are, ready for our next performance. Just get eyes on the B-29 whilst they taxi out. And it's disappeared. That's great. I'm just changing the tags on some of the timing sheets. And here comes Extra 300. Pilot looking very cramped inside that tiny little cockpit there. You might just be able to hear the sound now. It's quite quiet. Turn it up to maximum. Make sure to deafen you all with the next F-18. No, the sound is on. I can confirm it here. But it's just very quiet. Usually I have my sound on 1 bar. I know it says only half volume there. Oh. You guys should definitely be able to hear that. The first helicopter of VRFAT is airborne. Sorry about the background siren there. Just getting ready now for the RedBull Air Force to take off and begin their display. And there's the Extra 300 leaping up into the air. Smoke on! And rolling inverted immediately. All the blood, of course, rushing to the pilot's head as he does so. And even more so when he pulls a negative G. Pull up into a nice steep climb. Before shaking it off with a little roll. Looking back from the X300, we have the helicopter next. If anyone can confirm in chat what model this helicopter is. Those rotor blades have been gorgeously animated. That's a very good looking helicopter. Right, now where's that extra 300 gone? I'm always nervous that I'm gonna miss a manoeuvre. I can't see it on any of the approaches right now. Should probably pull back and just in case though. I feel like I can hear something off to the right. Very quiet though. Trying to be very careful not to miss any of the manoeuvres. Up next, of course, is the Dutch F-16. Which will be the first loud jet of the evening. We do, of course, have three display teams performing tonight, in the form of Team 60, the Brazilian Smoke Squadron, and the Black Knights. All three are national teams of their home countries. Team 60 being from Sweden, the Black Knights being from Singapore, and there's Brazilian Smoke Squadron, of course, being from Brazil. I haven't got any eyes on the any aircraft anymore, actually. Heli in front, high. Visual! There we go. All I just needed was a little bit of a helping hand from the team. We've got eyes on now. So there's the extra 300 circling this helicopter. I'm wondering if the helicopter's going to dive to pick up speed, so it has enough energy to make its performance. That's likely why the extra 300 circling. Oh no! They've got parachutists! That's cool! You can see them hopping out there, standing out on the struts, ready to begin their display. This is unexpected, this is really cool. Looks like they're just waiting for confirmation. There's the extra 300 still circling them like a shark. And there they go! Helicopter diving backwards as the parachutists. There you go, there's smoke on and there's a flag hanging down as well. There you go, all the teams have got their smoke on. The helicopter, the extra 300 and all three parachutists. Their flags being deployed. He's got a VRFAT flag. Look at that. That's really cool. Ladies and gentlemen, the RedBull Air Force. Try and get eyes on the helicopter. There it is. Coming back around with its amazing Red Bull livery. That raging bull. Looking really good on the red and blue. Touch of yellow as well. The parachutists, they looks like they've picked up quite a bit of speed now. They must be diving quite a bit. Now you can see they're all following each other, making that very distinctive smoke trail. There we are. This is an incredibly unique display. I don't think I've ever seen a parachuting team perform at any of these air shows before. So this is really awesome to see. I wonder what that flag says underneath VRFAT. It's got the distinctive wings as well. I'm excited to see what it says. Where's that helicopter gone? Helicopters staying well out of the way of the parachutists. That the downwash from those big fans can be a bit of a nightmare. What does that say? RedBull Air Force on that flag. We'll try and read the text when they get a little bit lower. Oops, sorry about that. Actually bring down the Roblox thing. As he comes around, let's try and read what it says on his flag. Virtual Roblox Festival of Aerobatic Teams. Very awesome. You can see they've all got their distinctive Red Bull uniforms on as well. That's one landed. There's other two come in. Right in front of me here. Coming past. Well done, lads. I'm looking for the extra 300 as well. Don't want to miss anything. We've got eyes on. It's a very nice animated helicopter. I like all the navigation lights. There's the strobes on the tail and the navigation lights on the body of the helicopter. And there's the parachuting team. Well done, guys. Get eyes on them for a minute. You can see their names there. Con, Dorito, and Jackie. Very well done, guys. Extra 300 back. Sorry I missed your landing. Couldn't spot you there. They must have been landing at the same time as the parachutists, I guess. Very well done from the... And the helicopter's going to be starting its display now. Let's get a little shot for them. Oh, that's very cool. I appreciate that. And let's get eyes onto the helicopter. Helicopters are an incredibly hard thing to do a display with. There's no way to really replicate their movements very accurately on Roblox. At least there's no scripts that do it at the moment. The closest I think is Blizzard, but you can't really do any aerobatic manoeuvres. It's good for combat flying, but that's about it. There we go. Nice over the top loop with that helicopter there. Snapshot, thank you very, very much for the $1 donation. That's really kind of you. Really appreciate it, man. Very, very epic. Welcome back, Snapshot, for the second day running as well. Here we go, looping. There, the extra 300 is powered down now, and the pilot whizzing off into the sky. Wow, look at that. Really hard banking from the helicopter, the RedBull Air Force helicopter. It's an incredibly manoeuvrable machine, that. And there it goes, flipping backwards. Helicopters are, of course, really difficult to do aerobatics with, even in real life, because those blades want to pull you up, and so if you go inverted in any way, all that potential lift has suddenly been turned into, I don't know, what's the opposite of lift? Not gravity. Inverted lift, I guess. It's suddenly pulling you towards the ground very, very quickly. Oh. Can't keep my camera on him. Once he makes a turn, that helicopter wants to be pulled off the screen very, very quickly. Pulling up into the vertical. Watch this turn. Hard pedal turn there. Over to the right. And that pedal turn being hard because he was going against the rotors. So all of that energy was coming out of the tail rotor there, putting a lot of stress on the rear tail of that helicopter. Pushing hard forward. That's quite a machine, that. There we go. Sorry, I just had to pin a message in chat. There it is. Throwing that helicopter back towards the ground. Flying inverted. Thank you very much, Dutchy737. Get hyped about the virtual Roblox Black Knights today, for real. That's definitely a team to be excited for. Have the RedBull Air Force. This is one of the most unique displays I've seen for a good while. 3 very different sections of the display in terms of the extra 300. The helicopter, and of course the skydivers. Or the parachutists. That's a good looking helicopter as well. All in their distinctive uniforms and red, yellow and blue colour schemes. The rotor blades just look good on camera as well, I think. They look really stunning. And there he is, following the taxiway back along now. I'd say that that'll be his performance concluded. Unless he's about to buzz the crowd. I'm not 100%. Whatever he does, we've got eyes on. I can still hear some engine noises coming from the XC300 there. That is the Red Bull Air Force's display concluded. Which means that it's going to be time, very shortly, for the Dutch F-16 Fighting Falcon. And this is a display I'm very excited for. Thank you very much, BGent242, for the 10, I'm not sure what currency that is, DKK currency. DKK currency. Currency, there we go. It is Danish krone. Thank you very much for, yeah, I think it's Prince Krone. Thank you very much, really appreciate that. That was the that was the Red Bull Air Force. Thank you very much for, well, I'm sure they would like to thank you guys very much for watching the display. But now, it is of course time for the first fast jet. I'm not sure how loud this is going to be. If I go over to the day 2 schedule, this is what's left of today. We of course had the B-29 up first, followed by the Red Bull Air Force. And now I just need to jump into the game for the Dutch F-16. So if you just give me a second to do that now. Just give me a minute. I need to make sure the game's not going to kick me. I had a couple of issues with that yesterday. Looks like the Dutch F-16 aren't going to have any narration either, which means I'll be running my mouth once again. Perfect. I am in. Ready for the Dutch F-16. And here we are. Thank you, Hawk Genesis, for pointing out that it says 1935, 1935. I've got both the A10 and the Brazilian Smoke Squadron down for 1935 GMT. Whilst the F-16 gets ready for its performance, I'm going to leave the camera angle on this while I go fix that. Thank you very much for telling me. If I pull up the actual schedule, what it's meant to say is... Where is it? The A10 is at 1920, not 1935. Go fix that now. 1920. If anyone has any questions in chat, be sure to ask them now while I've got a minute. Because I'm not wrenching my camera around, unless I'm missing something in game. Anything else around to look at? Nope. Looks like the F-16 will be getting ready very shortly. See the pilot over there? Getting ready for the performance. This is, of course, the second solo performance we have had of the F-16 this weekend. The first one was a US F-16, and that was the Viper demo as a part, and formed part of the heritage flight immediately after its performance. Just received a message. I can't see it while I'm free camming. Let's have a look. F-16 is on the runway. Oopsie. I did a little camera spin to see if I was missing anything, and I completely did. There's the Dutch F-16. I do apologise, team. Oh dear. Looks like they are all ready for their performance. I'm sure they're just waiting for the stream delay, so they know that they're being filmed, and then they'll jump right up into the sky. after the Dutch F-16, we will of course be seeing the Team 60, the Swedish display team. And there's the F-16 roaring into life. I'm not sure how loud this is going to be, so you might want to brace. Afterburner kick into life, gear folding up. That incredible, unique livery representing the Dutch flag. That's a gorgeous jet with the black front section and the orange rear. There we go. In chat, Rose, would you be able to make a proper message that I can pin saying that this game's a private message? That'd be very cool. No, that's an absolutely gorgeous looking aircraft. The Dutch F-16, of course, being one of the main aircraft in the Dutch arsenal, forming a good part of the backbone of the Air Force over in the Netherlands. They have brought the F-35 into service fairly recently, but of course it's a very new aircraft with some teething issues and it's expensive. So maybe one day the F-35 will replace the F-16. However, until then, the F-16 continues to be an incredible, capable aircraft. Thank you, Rose. I'll pin that. Firing off flares! That's one of the only display teams we've seen so far. You can see the wingtip vapour. Wingtip vortices. Those big missile-shaped things on the pylons, the wingtip pylons. In real life they would be smoke pods. This team might be turning them on very shortly, I'm not sure. I've never seen this team before. They'll look similar to the wingtip vortices we've seen so far, except they'll be thicker and intentional. The wingtip vortices we've seen so far are created when the aircraft pulls very high Gs. It's the disturbance turning the air into vapour. Technical stuff that I'd mess up if I tried to actually go in depth with. F-16 going to a high alpha for a slow pass. There's the wingtip pylons coming into life. So you can see it's a lot thicker plume. Afterburner kicking into life there to power that jet right out that high alpha. Pulling high Gs there. All the blood of the pilot will be rushing into his feet as you pull those high G forces. That's why all F-16 pilots use things called G-suits, which use liquid to rush through and basically squeeze your legs and your lower torso to stop that blood rushing into your legs and hold it up as high in your body as possible, preferably in your head, so that means you don't black out. The F-16 is a much smaller fighter than many, much smaller than the likes of the Typhoon, the F-18, the F-15, even the F-35. But despite its small size, it's incredibly manoeuvrable. It was built to be a dogfighter through and through, and that's what it excels at. Not that it doesn't have the ability to conduct air-to-ground missions. It is swing roll, like all modern fighter jets. However, that small size and massive powerful engine strapped to the back means that it accelerates incredibly quickly, has a very good thrust to weight ratio, and is incredibly agile. Those tiny, slim, slender wings it has on each side are incredibly strong, each being able to withstand tens of tons of force, and it needs to. When it goes into those high G turns, the wings will take a lot of that strain. That's an incredibly aggressive looking aircraft, and definitely not one that you'd want to be going up against in combat. There's the smoke pods coming back on. Looks like it's coming in for a dirty pass. Oh, it's landing. Is it going to be a touch and go? Oh. He faked us out, he faked us out. That's a dirty roll there with the landing gear down. Now watch the animations as it gets swept back into the fuselage. Pulling it back away from us. People asking about pre-recorded teams. This Dutch F-16 is of course not pre-recorded. I am live in game right now. That's what I can do. Roll, 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 roll. There you go. There we go. And someone said that pre-recorded teams are massive L's. It's not always up to the teams. If the teams are from places, yeah, well, there might be a massive time difference. It's not always possible for them to be there live. But if we do our jobs correctly, a lot of the time, it should be impossible to notice if it's pre-recorded or not. I know there was a team yesterday, I'm not going to say any names, but there was a team yesterday that was pre-recorded, and not a single person in chat noticed. So when it's like that, what does it matter? Slow roll from the pilot of the F-16 there. That's an incredibly difficult manoeuvre to do. Getting the aircraft balanced and going in a straight line whilst changing its orientation very slowly as well. It's hard to keep a still grip. Royal Engineer asks, how are you doing free cam? I'm using the Shift P that comes with Roblox. It used to be developer only. However, now it's there's a couple of tools. I mean, you can open up to anyone who wants it. A couple of moderation tools like Cold's Admin gives you access to this. Up into the vertical. Flares going out. That's a very fast F-16, that. Into the god rays of the sun there. See the gear coming back down now. That is an incredibly good looking aircraft. You can see the usual F-16 they look like in combat. This of course being a display aircraft. The flaps have come down, which makes me think it's landing now. It's done its display. I thought it wasn't last time because its flaps wasn't down. It's hard to see the landing lights because it's daytime. There we go. Usually at air shows you can tell what they're doing. There we go. An absolutely incredible performance from the Dutch solo F-16 demo team there. Here at VRFAT. That is an absolutely gorgeous aircraft. Sorry, I keep bringing the Roblox tab down. You can see that housing there just behind the canopy. That little lump sticking out. That's the gun where the F-16's mighty cannon is kept. There's those smoke pod on the wings. What else is there to point out? It says one mission on the tail there. It says something. What does it say on the other side? I can't remember. One team, one mission. That's it, I think. Does it say it? One... Can't read it. I think it says one team. One team, one mission. Absolutely gorgeous aircraft. Very well done from the Dutch F-16 team there. Going to join its comrade over on the ramp there. Very cool. So now we're waiting for the Team 60, which is of course the national display team of Sweden. Just got to check through my DMs, make sure everything's ready for them. Looks good. Amazing job to the Dutch F-16. We're going to be going back over to the schedule page whilst I get the next game ready. So just stand by and I'll have it very soon. Huge shout out to Rice behind the scenes. He is the primary organiser, I think, this year of VRFAT. He's done huge amounts of the groundwork, getting the teams ready for the airshow. He's the one who's, every time I've had any questions, I've been throwing them at him. He's been sending me all the game links in a special chat. He's the person who's been reaching out to all the demo teams. He's got the schedule sorted. He's basically built this display team from what I've seen. So massive shout out to him. Hopefully at the end of the airshow we can get him on for a few words if he's available. He's very busy, maybe not. Just waiting for the Team 60 admins to free cam me, and then I'll be able to go over live to Team 60. Live for the first time here at the virtual Roblox Festival of Aerobatic Teams. There we go. I've just received free cam, which means we are ready to stream their display. Massive thank you to Shugi for the $20. Just spent $40 in total on Patron. My parents hate me. If you think that your donations are going to cause any hate and family issues, yeah, please maybe think about where you spend your money. As much as I really appreciate it, please don't sacrifice your family for my streams. But I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Shugi. I know you were here yesterday. It's good to see you back in the chat. There is Team 60 standing by. They've got their personalised truck next to them as well. I don't know how long we'll be waiting for them to conduct their performance. But if we have a second, you can see they've got their booth. Many of the teams have had their booths here, but this is the first one I've remembered to go look at. You can see they've got their flight suit on the table with the masks. And some very awesome prints, Squadron print style prints. Model aircraft, and little peak cap. Very awesome little booth there. I'm sorry if I've missed out on the other teams' booths. And there goes the pilots. I have a question. Patron, is the abbreviation meant to be VRFAT? It can be, or the VRFAT. It's up to you. It's I call it VRFAT, but as long as you've got the letters right, it's meant to stand for the Virtual Roblox Festival of Aerobatic Teams. So it's however you want to pronounce it. It's up to you. There we go. All 4 pilots are standing by their jets and they're mounting up. You can hear the jets powering up now, bursting into life. Of course, Team 60 is based on their real-life counterpart of the same name. In real life, the Team 60 display team was formed in 1974, flying 4 SK-60 jets. And this, I'm pretty sure, are the jets. Yeah, these are the jets that they still fly to this day. The SK-60 is the Swedish designation of the Saab 105 jet. That's what these jets are here. They're based at the Air Force Central Flying School, an Air Force base in southern Sweden that if I tried to pronounce, I'd probably offend someone, so I'm not going to try. People are saying that this team is pre-recorded. I don't know how to confirm that it's not pre-recorded, except if I jump twice. Hello. Yeah, what can I read in chat? Yeah, people are saying it's pre-recorded. I don't know how to confirm it. It's not, but this is a live display. So, no, I'm not honestly not trying to fool you guys. There you go. Can't hear the scroll wheel. There it is. It's not pre-recorded, guys. You silly, silly people. And there they are, getting ready on the runway. Oh. We got double fooled. Yes, you did. You got double fooled. Feels bad, Cars 101. Everyone was so confident this display is pre-recorded. Get wrecked, all of you. Quite funny. There we go. And Team 60 are airborne for the first time ever at the Virtual Roblox Festival at Aerobatic Teams. At Aerobatic Teams? Of Aerobatic Teams. And there you go. This is a team I'd love to see in real life as well. Smoke on as they finish their ascent. What does it say on the top? I can't read what it says. It's in Swedish. I can't read Swedish, unfortunately. That isn't my fan, by the way. I know some people are saying you can hear my fan. But that... I'm sure you can hear my fan. But that noise is not it. There goes the Team 60, jets. In real life, Team 60 is quite unique in the fact that the display pilots aren't full-time display pilots. They are all combat pilots that dedicate some of their spare time, or maybe not spare time because they're still being paid by the Air Force. But when they're not flying operational missions, they go to Team 60. So it's not like the Red Arrows where they take some time out for a couple of years purely to fly as a display team. When they're not in these display jets, they'll be flying combat missions in other jets, such as the Gripen. There we go. 3 of the 4 jets going inverted, ready for their first display pass. Smoke comes on. Here comes Team 60. Team 60 was first formed. Well, their first performance was in France and was to exhibit their new, this aircraft. They built it as an advertising team to try and show off to the world how great this aircraft is. The Saab 105, like many European display teams, is a jet trainer aircraft used for training Swedish pilots up to fly combat operational aircraft. This is very similar to the aircraft that the display teams that, such as the Patron de France, the Red Arrows, the Fleece Tricolori. Sorry, it's really hard to say that. I'm not Italian. My British tongue can't handle that. In the fact that they're all jet trainers, whilst the US, for example, flies combat aircraft, such as the F-16 and the F-18, with the Thunderbirds and Blue Angels, respectively. There they go for their first break. All aircraft darting out into different directions. The difference between these aircraft and other European teams flying jet trainers is that these jets are two-seaters, which is similar to other European teams, but the configuration of those 2 seats are side by side, whilst most other jet trainers have a one behind the other type configuration. Making the Saab 105 quite unique in that aspect. Team 60 flew as a 4-ship for over 5 years in real life. And still very often do. There's the second break of their performance. Very good looking break from the Team 60 there. As I was saying, the team still very often do fly as a 4-ship. Although officially they are a 6-ship now, with 2 more jets being added to the display team in 1976 in Gotham. Yeah, and their first display with that configuration was in Gothenburg. The real-life Team 60 hasn't flown since 2008 due to financial difficulties with the Swedish Air Force, meaning that this display team is a legacy team. You see Team 60 are going for the very, very challenging inverted roll around each other. It's a very challenging manoeuvre to pull off. They're doing a very good job though. Showing off the very intricate underside, the yellow and blue. Looking out for the next pair of jets, don't want to miss them if they're running in. These are fairly large aircraft, so I'm sure we won't miss them. There they are, hanging off in the distance. Doesn't look like they're going to be running in anytime soon. There they go, doing a negative G break away from each other. Meaning all the blood will be rushing up to their heads. It's a very quick way of causing red out, but they've done the break now. And in spectacular fashion. In real life, the team's aircraft were originally just kept in their standard camouflage paint scheme, whilst being equipped with smoke generators. However, later they got given the national yellow and blue colours on the underside of the jets, like we see here, and they've got the two smoke pods under the wings. Two synchro pilots flying directly at each other before flying inverted, showing off the precision of these pilots. Team 60 performed many displays. However, they never performed any outside of Europe. Meaning, a very rare display team if you weren't in the European airshow circuit. See both pilots of the synchro pulling up into a loop, facing off against each other, not once but twice in one manoeuvre. Knife edging, rolling inverted, before rolling out. That was a 4-point roll. Another very difficult manoeuvre for pilots to perform. Now it looks like the team are moving back in towards each other, ready to reform. All 4 jets in one big formation. I've just been informed that there has been a delay by the A10 demo team. The A10 was set to go next. However, they're now going to be performing at 19:35, meaning that the next display we're going to be seeing here tonight is going to be at 19:20, and I've not been told what it is. It's a surprise performance by an unknown aircraft. So that's one to be excited for. I have absolutely no clue what it's going to be. I'm in for a surprise as much as you guys. Here comes Team 60 flying overhead. Very nice staggered display or formation there from Team 60. Very nice break there in the vertical. I think they might be about to perform a heart. And there it is. Lovely heart from Team 60 there. That's a very low flying aircraft there from Team 60. As they're moving off to crowd right. Looking for the next set of jets. I'm trying not to get surprised by them. Don't want to miss anything. Any eyes on? There they are. All 4 jets reforming off to crowd right. Running in from the right now, here comes Team 60 once more. Smoke comes on from those distinctive wing tanks of Team 60. Flying low, slow, but in a nice tight formation as they peel off one by one. I'm waiting to see, is this a landing brake? I'm going to be watching if the gear comes down or not, because that manoeuvre is very recognisably some kind of landing brake. Might not be, might just be a single file brake off to the right. Yep, looks like the gear's coming down, which means that must be the end of Team 60's performance. There we go, here comes Team 60 coming in for their landing. Please show your appreciation in chat for Team 60. That's the first time I've ever seen these guys perform. So, and they are, I think they're pretty new for the display circuit. And it's very awesome having them here at VRFAT. That's an absolutely gorgeous livery on those jets. I love their uniforms as well. Very distinctive jets being flown there from Team 60. They are really gorgeous aircraft, aren't they, actually? Amazing job by Team 60. Okay, so up next, we do, of course, have a surprise performance, as the A10 has been delayed by a few minutes. Very excited to see what it could be. There we can see Team 60 taxiing back to their ramp. For those of you asking about the A10 in chat, I'd just like to say one more time, just for those of you who may have missed it, the A10 has been delayed by a few minutes, so we will be getting a surprise performance. In fact, there you go. We will be getting a surprise performance next! Just because some people are asking about the bloody A10 in chat. Just have to shout it out, just in case someone missed it. Christian says, hi Patron. I say, hi Christian. Hi Christian. And there we go. Waiting for the Team 60 jets to be shut down, and then we'll move into the next map ready for the surprise performance. Don't worry guys, I can see you guys putting A10 in chat. The A10 will still be performing, just at 19:30 rather than 19:20. Christian, what is your, asks Patron, what is your favourite plane? Ever? I don't know, I'm not 100%. I think the aircraft I want to see most at the moment probably is the B1 bomber. That's the jet I really want to see at the moment. I haven't had the opportunity to see that in Airshow just yet. I love the F-35 though, that's one of my favourites to see in Airshow. The B model, more specifically, because it hovers and it's pretty damn cool. Not as gracefully as the Harrier, but still pretty damn cool. And there we go, that was Team 60! Which means I'm going to whip out the schedule tab whilst I change games. Of course, this isn't entirely accurate now, as it says 1920 A10 Warthog. That's not going to be the case now. They are delayed to 1930. Just confirming some other things. We might have a second surprise performance actually today. Need to confirm that a second surprise performance might be happening later. Lots of cool things coming up. Okay, cool. Confirmed there is very likely going to be a second surprise performance later today. But before then, we have the first surprise. I'm very excited to see what it could be. Having some camera difficulties on this this surprise display map. Sorry, looking at chat, Weasel's being like, "Did someone say Harrier?" Just confirming with some teams. There we go. Cool. Camera is set up now. I'm just confirming the teams that they're going to be ready to go forward. Just confirming that everything's ready. RFS says, if Patron says what in the next 100 seconds, we'll get to join the server. Well, I just said it, and you're not joining the server. Waiting for the final go-ahead from the surprise performance. Because I'm not had to show anything off until they're ready. Cool. Being given the go-ahead, going live to the surprise performance. I'm waiting to hear engine noise before I pan the camera over to them. As soon as I hear some engine noise, I'm going to wrench the camera around. Come on, what's the surprise performance? We all need to see, we all need to know. Standing by. Thought this was an airshow, but turned out it was an ASMR keyboard. My keyboard is so loud, I do apologise. I think it's not so much my keyboard's ridiculously loud, which it is. However, it's more that my microphone's ridiculously sensitive. Sorry, need to try. I'm dying. Oh, there's jet noise. There's the jet noise. Can I wrench my camera out? No, it's not that. It's not that. It was there. It was at the end of the runway. I was waiting for the engine noise kicking up. Be like, pan, there it is. Watch it go. But something else happened. I'm so oh, that's my DM. Sorry about that. Oh. Sorry. I'm not sure what I can show off at the moment. One sec. Just give it a sec. I need to confirm some things. You might have already seen what the jet was. One sec. There he is. There's the surprise performance. It was planned. It was planned, guys. It's fine. There we go. It is, of course, an F-16 Viper. This is Jack's solo team. So he's going to be doing an extra surprise performance for us today. That's absolutely gorgeous livery on the Viper there. And here we are ready to watch the F-16 Fighting Falcon. This is the Viper demo team. See the flaps and slats coming down? And we're ready for the F-16. Standing by. And there, he started rolling. Waiting for the afterburner to come to life. Volume warning, I'm not sure how loud this is going to be. That loud, apparently. It might get even louder in a second, just be aware. You can see the snake eyes on the front of the Viper there. Oh, amazing looking aircraft. Putting up into the vertical. Lots of G's. That is a gorgeous looking, gorgeous sounding aircraft. And what time of day to be conducting this performance. All the teams get to choose what time of day they want to do. And I think the Viper demonstration team has chosen the correct time. Just as the sun is setting, it means we get the aircraft here in the golden hour sunlight. And what a stunning looking jet. Diving down towards the ground. Absolutely gorgeous aircraft, very manoeuvrable. I was talking about the F-16 and all its facts earlier when we had the Dutch solo team. But I can repeat a few of them now if we want to. The F-16 Fighting Falcon is of course a compact multi-role fighter aircraft, purpose-built for dogfighting, but that doesn't stop it from its other missions of air-to-ground. It is, of course, a swing-role fighter, like most other modern aircraft, and it has a proven track record in air-to-air combat as well as surface-to-air attack. It's quite a low-cost fighter compared to many other fighter weapons platforms, and a high-performance system for the United States as well as all the allied nations that use it. Many pilots describe, you don't fly this aircraft, you wear it. You wear it like a glove, and it's a very advanced piece of kit, this. It's also an all-weather fighter, meaning they can locate targets in all weather conditions, as well as detect low-flying aircraft against cluttered ground radar, I guess. So let's put that. It's an aircraft that's able to fly more than 500 miles, deliver its weapon with superior accuracy than any potential threat that NATO has, aircraft-wise, whilst also defending itself against enemy weapons and then returning back to its home plate. And this all-weather capability also allows it to deliver ordnance even if there's zero visibility on some ground targets. This is done through GPS guidance, as well as infrared guidance, and of course it does have the option of optical guidance as well, as it can easily be equipped with a targeting pod. The F-16 is able to withstand Gs of up to 9 times Earth's gravity. And is absolutely one of the most manoeuvrable fighter aircraft on the planet. Its its weight being light, as well as having an incredibly powerful engine for its size, means that it has an amazing thrust-to-weight ratio, helping it outperform many other fighter aircraft in dogfights. The cockpit sits up high, with a large bubble canopy, gives the pilot unobstructed forward and upward vision. It also slightly overhangs over the fuselage, allowing the pilot to look over the side and to the rear. One unique thing about the F-16 is that the seat has a back angle, which is, it's a very, this is basically what I'm trying to say, is the seat is very reclined compared to other fighter aircraft, allowing the pilot inside to withstand Gs much more efficiently than in many other fighter aircraft. They're halfway to lying down when pilots sat in the back, in the front of an F-16. The F-16 is, of course, fly-by-wire as well, meaning that all of the pilot's controls or commands go through an electronic system, meaning that the pilot isn't directly controlling the aircraft's ailerons and elevators, rather than all that, purely kinetically. The F-16 is flown with a side stick, rather than the conventional centre stick. Meaning the stick isn't between their legs as they would in an F-15 or F-18. Many pilots claim that this helps improve accuracy of the fighter jet in manoeuvring. There's the F-16 going for a 4-point roll, rolling twice, and you see it roll twice more as it goes wings level. There it is. And once more. A lot of accuracy is needed to pull off that 4-point roll manoeuvre. The F-16's avionics systems is one of the most advanced in the world, giving it highly accurate global positioning, as well as very good inertial navigation systems. With its computers, all the pilots' commands go through computers, which then direct the aircraft. There's the F-16 disappearing behind the control tower. That is an absolutely rapid machine. Here he is coming in. Dead towards the crowd from crowd rear. Almost like some kind of sneak pass. There he goes, up into the vertical. the General Electric F110 engine can provide over 27,000 pounds of thrust. And for an aircraft that only weighs 19,700 pounds, that is an exceedingly good thrust to weight ratio. Its top speed is over 1,500 miles per hour, and at altitude can go well over Mach 2. And when I say at altitude, the ceiling of the F-16 is well above 50,000 feet, which is over 15 kilometers in altitude. Just to give you guys an update on tonight's schedule, the F-16 started at 19:20. In theory, it only has a minute left of its display because we should be going over to the A-10 demo at 19:35 for its allotted slot, although the way things are going, that might be a few minutes delayed. At 19:45, we'll be seeing the Brazilian Smoke Squadron perform their display. At 20:15, these at times are in GMT of course, we'll be looking at the virtual Roblox F-18 demo team. After the F-18, we're going to be seeing a surprise display at 20:30 GMT. And then finally, we'll be closing the airshow with the virtual Roblox Black Knights, which will be flying at 20:40 GMT. If you look in the description, we have a somewhat accurate version. Of course, I'm not able to update it whilst I'm doing the stream. Or if you look in my Discord server or the VRFAT Discord server, links to both are in the description. You'll be able to find all these timings in your local time if you're not able to convert it from GMT. So just to confirm, just before the Black Knights at 20:30, there will be another surprise display. In fact, I think the A-10 Warthog demo team, which will have narration by the way, which means it'll give my nice voice a little bit of a break for a while. After the A-10 demo, there will be another surprise performance, I think. Meaning that's 3 surprise performances in one day. Don't think we had any yesterday, did we? There's the absolutely gorgeous F-16 against the setting sun here at Virtual Roblox Festival of Aerobatics team. This looks like a dedication pass coming in from the Viper now. That gorgeous aircraft. The sun reflecting off that black snake skin livery. If you look closely, you can just about see an eye of... because obviously the snake livery is meant to be replicating a Viper, of which the F-16 is named after. I don't know a huge amount about the American demo teams. I have seen the F-16 Viper demo team once in person, but that was a good few years ago. Oh, look at that. The flares going off as it jets off into the sunset. Absolutely gorgeous aircraft. The tech that's gone into it is absolutely astounding. Those wingtip vortices, the smoke coming off the wings, the leading edges, and then the flares as well. On top of that, it's got the animated afterburner and the landing gear. You can just about see those nav lights as well. A lot of work has been put into that jet, you can just see it. For those of you asking, because there are quite a few of you in chat asking what this game is, make sure to read the pinned comment, but just to make you guys doubly aware. All of the games, because I'm jumping between games, there's not one particular game. This is just an empty VRFAT map, with very few parts. It's just a couple of tents, a runway, and some flags. The jets don't live on this map. This isn't a free flight place, you can come and fly them yourself. All of the jets are owned purely by the display teams. They insert them for the airshow and they'll take them away afterwards. Even if you could get onto this map, because this is a closed game. If you want to have the chance to fly amazing jets such as these, you should be joining the display teams focused in today's show. The links to all of them will be in the VRFAT Discord server, links to which are in the description. So make sure to join the VRFAT Discord server, and you can join all of the display teams who have flown today. I can promise you though, they won't be as easy as flying jets in other games. These are a lot more advanced, and a lot of the time they're being flown by the people who have created them. So they know all the specifics, how to get them working. They have very complex control schemes that make them do very strange things. Lots of hidden buttons for flaps, afterburner buttons, canopies, and then a lot of them, such as the red arrows, they'll have buttons that make you make the aircraft control differently with gravity, which allows them to go into bank turns more accurately. But unless you've been trained thoroughly, like those demo teams have been, then a lot of people won't know how to fly them. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the F-16 Viper demo. Be sure to show your appreciation in chat as the canopy goes up and Jack, the pilot, will hop out. An absolutely amazing display with an absolutely amazing pilot. Well done. Going back over to the Day 2 schedule, I've already mentioned how this Day 2 schedule is incorrect. However, I'm switching over to another game now as we get ready for the next display, which is of course going to be the A10 Warthog demo. It is going to have its own narration, which means I can be quiet for a bit. Don't have to be running my mouth for as long as I have been so far. I should have brought some water with me, I think. Okay, looks like the A10 is almost ready. Just been given free cam, which means we're pretty much ready to go over to the A10 Warthog demo. Ask them if they're ready. Ready to be on stream, question mark. Sorry for my big tappy typey. The A10 will have narration. Looks like they're not quite ready. Whilst they're setting up, I can show off their booth though. You may have just heard that budunk as the narrator joined the server. Yeah, while you guys are waiting, I can show off their booth, which is here in game. What have we got? We've got a load of A10 patches. I love that patch. I'd love that in real life. The one with the gun. Look at that, it looks gorgeous. A little model of the A10. I've got the hat. Lots of pictures. That's the aircraft we're going to be seeing today. Lots of height building, height building, height building. Nice A10 shirt. Removable flight tags. All looks very good, doesn't it? And there's a signed print by Major Connor Slugger. And of course, in game, you will be able to click on those and buy the merch. And there's the pilot's flight kit. What is this? This toast thing has been in every game so far. This is, of course, dedicated to Toastman, who was the founder of the virtual Roblox Festival Aerobatic teams. He has less of a impact on today's show. He's kind of distanced himself from aviation, but it's nice to still have a little memorial to him to show that VRFAT's still going strong and he's still appreciated. Right, I'm going to confirm with the narrator to make sure everything's correct. Hello, how long till you guys are ready? Okay, no worries. He didn't reply. So I'm going to just wait out. Let's go back. DM me when ready. Usually I wouldn't show this on stream, but you know, stuff's going on. I can answer a couple of questions in chat while you guys are waiting out. Have a little look at the A10 there in the distance. Just waiting for confirmation by the team. Cool, they've just given confirmation that the A10 team are ready. So which means A10 team, over to you. I've just received confirmation that the A10 narrator starts his narration at takeoff, not now. So it's up to me to carry on talking. My bad, sorry, wasn't aware. I can answer a couple of questions before the A10 gets to the runway. Patron, what has been your favourite display team so far? I could not pick a favourite. I think the one I've had the most connection to would be the Red Arrows. Seeing as I was working in that space for that kind of display community for years, but I couldn't pick an absolute favourite. Patron, Hawk T1 or Hawk T2? Hawk T1, I think, just because it's history with just displaying in general. Hawk T2 is really cool. It's more advanced for pilot training, but it's not quite as cool, I think. Hey Patron, is there going to be a game with all the display team booths and airline booths like ZeroFest? Not for VRFAT, although, however, Pensacola later today will be having an open air show where you can join, and there'll be booths there that you can have a look around. Thank you to ATOP for the $2. I'm not sure what currency that is. It says a $2. What's dollar? How do I look that up? Oh, the A10's moving. I should probably stop looking things up. But I want to. What's that currency? Someone help me find what currency that is. Can't find what it is. Well, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. At Patron, is there going to be a Burt? Seeing as that's the noise of the gun, and I wouldn't hope the A10 would be firing its main armament at an air show. I'd expect not, however it's a Roblox display team, it's up to the team. But I wouldn't expect it, I think. Seeing as that is a gun, and they don't tend to fire their guns at air shows. Patron, what's your favourite Roblox air show? I think it's got to be VRFAT. It's got the most variety of teams. It's been on 2 years running. They've really, welcomed me in with open arms to help run the air show, at least on the streaming side. And I've always got more of a connection with the teams when I'm able to stream and talk to you guys as well. These are the only ones I've properly been streaming, so I think VRFAT have been my favourite Roblox air shows. Of course, it is stream only, so there's not as much of an in-game connection. But the thing is with non-stream air shows, there's always some kind of glitch or hack attack, or something goes wrong. And there's a lot more pressure, and there's a lot of people in-game spamming chat. Will you be streaming Pensacola? I will be. Well, at least if I don't miss it, because VRFAT runs over, which it likely will, because there's been a surprise performance already. I know there's at least one more, maybe two surprise performances. So I'll try to, if this doesn't run over by too much. The A10 looks like it's almost ready to begin its performance. So I'm going to be going quiet in a minute. So A10 narrator, just let me know when you're ready, and I'll shut up. Patron, what's your favourite airport that I've been to in real life? I really like Gatwick. It's just... Actually, no, I don't like Gatwick. Do I like Gatwick? Don't know. It's convenient for me. Okay, I think the most interesting one I've ever been to has got to be Lukla. I've flown into Lukla, and that was bloody terrifying, and I loved it. That's got to be my favourite airport I've ever flown to in real life. I liked that. It's quite good. Right. I think the A10 is ready for their narration, so I'm going to shut up now and give it to you guys. So whenever you're ready, yeah, up to you guys. A10, take it away.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the commander of the Air Combat Command, General Mark Kelly, and all the men and women of the Air Combat Command, we would like to welcome you to today's A10 demonstration. I am the A10 Demo Team NCOIC Tech Sergeant Marcus Knight. With me is our Team Superintendent Kyler Oroka. Joining me is our Safety Observer and Combat Ready Attack Pilot, Dutchy, call sign Beagle. The A10 demonstration pilot Major Connor Maher, call sign Slugger, becoming the pilot through hard work and dedication in the United States Air Force with over 1,000 hours in the Warthog. Because of its toughness, tenacity, and devastatingly good looks, the people who know it best, the pilots to fly it, and the service members who maintain it, have all unofficially dubbed it the Warthog.
Hey, I'm sorry, I can't see anything. The lag is really bad. Gotta cancel this play.
Affirm, copy that. Where do you guys want me looking?
I would move on to the next. Actually,
The
just
next
because I
item.
know there's not 14. There's not 14 somewhere, so
Okay.
I think it's.
I got eyes on it. I was just
cool.
wondering where you wanted me to look.
Yeah, I can't do the A10 today.
Okay, no worries. Affirm. Cheers, guys. Okay, you heard there. Unfortunately, the the A10 isn't going to be able to perform its display here today. However, there is something else in the sky somewhere around here. You may have heard the A10 pilot who's in the VC mention it briefly. I'm hoping that for many of you it makes up for the lack of A10. I'm going to scan the skies. But in a minute, there's going to be something else coming over the horizon. Continue sweeping the skies. Come on, where is it? Up until the moment I spot it, I can carry on answering any questions you may have. Visual, visual, visual! Ladies and gentlemen, we have got, for the first time ever at VRFAT, the F-14 Tomcat. I've lost visual on it already. That is a speedy machine. Where's it gone? I've got no eyes on the Tomcat. Is that it? Yep, visual. Coming back in from crowd left. That is a pretty impressive looking aircraft. Thank you very much, Snapshot, for the $2 donation there. See its wings swooping out now. That is a big aircraft. Oh, bloody hell, it's quick. I can't keep eyes on it. That is a quick jet. Very good looking with those nav lights there as well. Wings sweeping back. Ready for another high-speed pass. Afterburn's fully lit as it shoots past, firing off flares as it does so. Look at the flares bouncing off the floor. That's quite ridiculous. The concept. There we go. Banking right round. You can see the amount of water vapour coming off that aircraft there. It's been a long time since this thing has been seen in any Western air shows. What's that on the tail? I can see a big splodge of red. I wonder what livery it's wearing. Wings have swept right back out again. Pulling off a full roll, firing off some flares. It looks like it's got some missiles mounted to the bottom of it. Can't quite tell what they are. Absolutely stunning aircraft, that. It disappears over the tree line once more. I'm being recommended that I should be using the spectate tool rather than the oh crap, there we go. Yeah, spectate tool. So there we go. One sec. Bingo. Sorry about that. absolutely glorious aircraft. It's a shame we don't see it at Western air shows anymore. Of course, I say Western air shows because although it's not flying with the United States Air Force anymore, there are still a couple of F-14s flying with the nation of Iran. Although those are not very likely to be seen in the West anytime soon. $5 from Snapshot. Those are fuel tanks. Thank you very much for the information and the $5. Really appreciate it. So apparently there's not missiles underneath. I can see the big fuel tanks, but I was talking about between the two, between the engine areas. I'm getting a nice view of this control tower. It's jetting off right into the distance. Where's he off to? He's buggered right off. I'm wondering if he's building up speed. Snapshot, $2. Those are Sparrows and Phoenix attachments. So they are missiles. Everyone's arguing in chat rather if it's wearing fuel tanks or missiles. I think it's got both personally. What's he doing over there? What's the F-14 doing? That manoeuvre's called the roly-poly split, I think. He's been told to land. Fair enough. Which means I reckon that was the F-14. It's a shame about the A-10 demo being cancelled. Although we did get a little bit of an extra in terms of the F-14. Here he comes. Afterburner's lit. Wings are sweeping. He's been told to land. Maverick doesn't listen. F-14, you are cleared to buzz the tower. Here he comes. There we go. Gorgeous aircraft. I can see the drop tanks there. It looks like he's got, between the two engine intakes, it looks like he's got... Can't tell what they are though. Jetting off straight back up into the sky. Here he's coming. Nav lights coming straight at us. He's got a Rio in the back as well. Absolutely gorgeous aircraft, that. Wow, that's one hell of a pass. Oh, he's spinning. He do be spinning. Oh, and they've ejected. Way! I can't actually unspectate. How do I... Oh, because I'm not tabbed in. There we go. That was the F-14. That was quite an interesting little little display. I want to say I can't actually go back. For some reason, it's trying to make me print out a screenshot. My computer. There we go. That was their F-14 demo. Hope you guys enjoyed that little extra. However, now, of course, it is time for the Brazilian Smoke Squadron. So we're going to get that ready. Oh, okay. The reason that the F-14 just had to eject and glitch that display is because apparently the F-14's landing gear broke. So apparently had been messaged on my DMs. I wasn't able to see it while I was streaming. They DM'd me saying to cut away because their display was done and they had no way of landing, and I didn't, so like, so it would just eject. So that was on me. They were showing off the aircraft, and it's Roblox. It's not built for this kind of display. They did their best, and that was an incredibly good-looking aircraft. However, up next we do have the Brazilian Smoke Squadron. I'm just going to make sure to get ready for that now, and then we'll jump in with them very, very soon. How far are we running over by? About half an hour? It's not that bad. I knew we were going to run over though. VRFAT. Good stuff. We are pretty much ready for the virtual Roblox Brazilian Smoke Squadron. They're already airborne, and we're ready to cut to them now. Are we ready? Yes, we are. Cutting, ladies and gentlemen. They're running in now. Okay, tabbing to them now. This is the Brazilian Smoke Squadron. Need to look up some research. I don't know much about these aircraft. Oh, ignore me randomly cutting. And here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Brazilian Smoke Squadron. The Brazilian Smoke Squadron fly the North American T6 Texan aircraft in their very distinctive blue and yellow colour schemes. You can see them here using their white smoke as they jet off in a formation loop. When I say jet off, I mean prop off, because there's no jets, they're all propeller. Sorry, I got that wrong. They used to fly the T6 Texan until 1968, and when they swapped to the T-24, I think. Christ, they've flown so many different planes. One sec. I've been given a list of all their aircraft, and I'm getting confused between them. Sorry, they flew the T6 Texan when they were first formed, and they flew that for 1,225 displays, which is a lot. Then they swapped to the CM 170 Super Magister. Oh, look at that brake. Amazing brake from the Brazilian Smoke Squadron there. And we've got a solo who's branched off, pulling up into the loop there. Over the top. And diving back towards the crowd. That's a low pass. He comes back towards us. Purling up. 4-point roll. Showing off the impressive accuracy of the pilot. The aircraft they are flying is the Embraer EMB 314 Super Tucano, and they've been flying it since 2012. Formation going for a roll around the top. The distinctive blue, yellow and green of the Brazilian flag being present on their liveries there. Pulling back up and going round. Sorry, I just left the mouse in the... One sec. Back round. Those are some gorgeous liveries. You can just about see the globe that's present on the Brazilian flag there on the tail of the aircraft. There's the solo. Good stuff. Coming in for a bit of a sneak past to come scare me. You can see, just like in the real aircraft, the smoke's coming out of one of the exhaust pipes on the right-hand side of the aircraft, can see the smoke is slightly offset with the aircraft. That's a nice little detail I've just seen there. Sorry about my tracking skills. These aircraft are quite fast. The Brazilian smoke squadron flies with 6 primary objectives: to bring together civilian and military communities, aeronautical communities, to contribute towards a better integration between the Air Force and the other armed forces, to represent the Brazilian Air Force in Brazil and abroad, to encourage young people to take up civilian and military aeronautical careers, to show the quality of the Brazilian aerospace industry, and finally, to show off the capabilities of the Brazilian Air Force crews. And they do this through the wonders of aerobatics, of which you can see before us. You can see the solo putting high G's as they come around to work towards us. Oh, lost track, there we are. Oh, crap, one sec. There they are, crap. Got a DM saying don't miss the break. Sorry about that. Almost missed it. You can see the main bulk of the formation splitting up into 2 sections. I can't tell how many aircraft are actually airborne right now. There was 4 that just split in front of us. There's a solo. I'm sorry about the lack of aircraft sounds. You've just got me talking for now. And here comes the main bulk of the formation coming back round towards us, diving fast down towards the crowd line. Doing that on both sides of the crowd line. Diving towards us, ready to meet in the middle. Those aircraft are wearing almost neon liveries now, aren't they? They're very bright, especially against the white sun. It's making the smoke quite hard to spot, though. They are gorgeous looking aircraft, though. And there they go, braking there in the middle. As all aircraft roll slowly. Again, those slow rolls are very hard to fly. So it's very impressive that they're able to do that. Everyone in chat appears to be speaking Portuguese all of a sudden. Everyone's very patriotic for this team. Oh, there we have the solo looping over the top there. Diving back down towards us. Oh, a couple of lag spikes, sorry about that. Slow rolls as he dives down towards the ground. He's going to pull out of it in just a second. There he goes. Before leaping back into the sky. I love that aircraft. That is gorgeous. Here comes the main bulk of the formation. Smoke on. You can see the green smoke there, proving they don't just have white. A gorgeous pass from the Brazilian smoke squadron there. Pulling back up into the vertical. It's gorgeous, those planes, aren't they? The EMB 312 that they are flying is a basic trainer aircraft, although it does have some counter-insurgency capability. Developed by Brazil, with the Brazilian Air Force sponsoring this project. Oh, there's the solo, pulling up into the vertical. I'm trying not to miss anything, but I am a bad cameraman. I'm trying my best. The Brazilian Air Force initially ordered 118 of these aircraft, while then ordering 50 additional ones later that year. A total of 664 units were produced in total of the Tucano aircraft. The United Kingdom's only just replaced theirs with the Texan last year, I think. In from the right, 2 of the 4 aircraft are now inverted. That's an impressive manoeuvre. I've never seen that one done before. The Blue Angels do something similar, but not quite in that same configuration. That's a very impressive roll there. Rolling back the right way up. Here comes the solo pilot, coming in from the left. Oh, just dodging his synchro partner in a supreme show of accuracy. And they break. There goes the bulk of the formation, breaking up into several parts. And looping around, ready for their next manoeuvre. The blue and yellow really standing out against that sky. Going back over to the solo pilot. It's really hard following him. I need to zoom out a little bit. Looping fast. And rolling up and over the top. These pilots are putting on a lot of G-forces here as they make these turns. The incredible speed of which they're doing it and the tight turn radius. Really showing off not just the aircraft but the pilots inside them as well. The speed of which they have to react. At Patron, where's your beer? It's Sunday. I can't be drinking on a Sunday. I've got to get up at 6 tomorrow morning. Aircraft rolling. Here comes the solo pilot once more. Negative G. Loop there. Half loop. I don't know, what's the manoeuvre called? Half Texan Cuban? Can't remember. Stalling there, stall manoeuvre from the Brazilian Smoke Squadron solo pilot. Turning smoke on, going back towards the ground. There we go. Doing a bit of a wing wave as he darts off to the right, crowd right. Half Cuban 8. Thank you, Tango. I knew I forgot the term. Minus 10 GB like. Try not to red out. That plane is a flying peacock. They're gorgeous, aren't they? There we go. All 5 aircraft reforming up, ready for the next manoeuvre. It's strange, the aircraft have proven that they can use multiple smoke colours, but they're just sticking to white. I'm hoping they show off their other colours very shortly. Something that a lot of people forget about display teams, because they're used to seeing teams such as the Felicita Colori and the Red Arrows, which are using lots and lots of diverse colours of smokes. The amount of engineering that goes into needing those 3 colour smokes is quite a lot. 3 colours is kind of the maximum as well, without rigging up some really overcomplicated setup. Most display teams just go for white, because that means you just need 1 dye tank of white, and it's simple. With the Red Arrows, I think they get, someone might need to correct me here, I think it's 7 minutes of white smoke, and then 3 minutes of red, 3 minutes of blue. And there they are, rolling inverted formation. That's tricky. Well done, guys. There's the solo breaking off and going into the vertical once more. And here he comes back. The smoke is on. 5 minutes white. Thank you, Roblox Red Arrows. 1 minute red blue. Yeah, they really haven't got long. Thank you for confirming. There goes the solo pilot flying off to crowd left. And there's the main bulk of the display coming back towards us. There's the colours coming on. The green, blue and yellow of the Brazilian flag. That's a gorgeous smoke trail there. Very unique colours. I don't think there's any other demo teams in the world. Maybe if someone can confirm. Are there any other demo teams that use green, blue and yellow? The Red Arrows, the Patron de France, all use red, white and blue. Green is used in the Abu Dhabi display team and the Italian display team. And yellow is used in the Spanish display team, the Patrida Agui, I can't remember what it's called. But I'm not sure if there's any teams that use that exact colour combination. Someone. We smoke. Honestly, when the if any of you have ever seen the Spanish display team, when they fly past with their yellow smoke, it literally looks like mustard gas. They've just gassed the entire airfield. It looks really funny. Just they fly over really slowly and just deploy mustard gas on the airfield. Here comes the Brazilian smoke squadron once again. Flying in from crowd right. See those awesome looking nav lights lighting up the night sky. Doing a upwards break there. It looks like they're going to be forming a heart. And there we go. The Brazilian Smoke Squadron forming a nice heart there in the sky as we watch the aircraft peel away. Oh, there's the solo. That's quite hard. Lots of negative G's there for the pilot. Meanwhile, here comes the main bulk of the display. Over the top of the formation, of the loop, sorry. Smoke coming back on, and they do a vertical break. Oh, very nicely done. That's gorgeous. Here comes the solo pilot once again, finishing off his inverted. What's it called? Oh, never mind, he's going to a loop. It looks like smoke's coming on up into the vertical. He's going to pull all the way around. Nope. He's going to stall himself out again and try and recover. There we go. Diving back towards the ground. Showing just how quickly that aircraft can go from stall speeds to suddenly accelerating right up back to top speed. Very good rate of acceleration on that aircraft. And there we go, performing a goose-like manoeuvre. Switching to blue smoke. And here comes the main bulk of the formation once again. And here comes the solo rejoining its friends as they fly off crowd left. Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous. Very unique colours of the Brazilian flag there. The yellow, the blue and the green. All 5 aircraft running in from the left. Looks like a nice dedication pass there. Flag pass. The smoke goes off. And there they go. Looks like they're going in for a landing break now. Unless that was the solo peeling off to do something else. Oh, there's the solo. The yellow smoke. Of course, yes. The mustard gas smoke. Doing some sky drawing. Doing some hard pulls there. As he loops back around. Absolutely gorgeous. I can't get over how pretty those aircraft look. And here comes the main bulk of the formation, coming from dead centre crowd, pulling up into the vertical. Looping around, and then before forming into line astern. I'm not 100% what the Brazilian Smoke Squadron calls this manoeuvre. Looks like they're breaking off one at a time. Wonder if this is their landing break. And there comes the solo pilot following in. He needs to join in last minute. There we go. Here comes the formation lead coming crowd right. We're about to see his landing gear drop. Nope, I forgot. Before they land, the Brazilian Smoke Squadron, they do a last pass where they show off all the different pilots. There we go, absolutely gorgeous. All the pilots getting a little chance to show off before they land. There's the landing gear coming down, which means the Brazilian Smoke Squadron is just about done. Up next, of course, is the F-18, the Rhino demo team. And from what I've been told, everyone wants to have some kind of surprise performance. So immediately after the F-18, there will be another surprise. I've been given very specific camera directions of what to do at the end of the F-18 display. Here's all the Brazilian pilots coming to land. Absolutely amazing flying from the whole team there. And they've got some gorgeous aircraft. Very unique colour scheme. There we go. That's everything from the Brazilian Smoke Squadron. Be sure to show your appreciation for the team in chat as they taxi back in. We are running a bit behind, so I'm going to jump in, get this off the screen now and get ready to go to the Rhino demo. But be sure to show your appreciation for the Brazilian Smoke Squadron in chat. Thank you very much, guys. That was amazing. Here is the schedule. The timings, you have to ignore them now because they're just off, aren't they? I need to get out the VRFAT Rhino game link. F-18, there we go. Joining the game now. Looks like the F-18 will not be having its own narration, which means it's up to me, once again, to try and run my mouth for a few minutes. Just get set up with the free cam. As we get ready for the F-18. Cool, I've just been given my free cam. Asking if they're ready to proceed with the display. Final checks are being done. Ready for the F-18 Rhino. I'm asking if they're ready to be live, just waiting for a response. Final checks being done. As you can see on the schedule. Okay, they're not ready yet. Having the F-18 Rhino. Then there's a surprise performance. I'm not sure if it's one surprise performance or two. I've been told by two different people about surprise performances. I'm not sure if they're talking about the same one or not. So we might be having two surprise performances, maybe one. We have yet to see. I'm very excited nonetheless. One of the instructions I was given was, you're going to hear a noise. Just make sure you keep your camera pointed straight forward. And it'll come along. You just heard that noise. That's me making sure. The F-18 team has asked me to make sure my volume is on maximum. I think this is going to be a really loud performance. Just once again, we are running behind schedule. We are currently awaiting the F-18 Rhino demo team to give the go-ahead. And then we'll be switching over to them. Should I start editing these times? Schedule day 2. F-18 Rhino. 35. Oh shit, that's too many 5s. And the Black Knights. Don't know. I'm gonna say 50. Why not? And there's a surprise performance in there as well. So just awaiting the final go-ahead for the F-18. Okay, they've just received confirmation that the F-18 Rhino demo is ready for their performance. We'll be switching over to them now. My game sound is up really high, so I might deafen myself. Make sure if you guys are sensitive to loud noises, you might want to turn it down. Yeah, you might want to turn this down, because I've got my game sound up higher, a lot higher than usual, as this team has specifically requested it. So, final warning, this is going to be loud. Maybe it won't be. They've just requested it at full volume. Maybe they're inferring that it's going to be really quiet. Although the fact that it is an F-18 makes me think it's probably not going to be quiet. But I feel like we're going to have to see in a minute. Right, it's rolling, so last chance. And it's airborne. Ladies and gentlemen, the F-18 Rhino. An absolutely gorgeous aircraft. Up into the vertical, I've lost track of it, there it is, sorry about that. That's an impressive aircraft. The F-18 Rhino, also known as the Super Hornet. I think the Rhino might be the twin-seater version, but you might have to correct me. I'm not an expert when it comes to US aviation. It is, of course, a twin-engine, carrier-capable multi-role fighter. You can see between the engines there, nestled in there is a landing hook. Meaning it can land on carriers. It also have a launch bar attached to its front gear, meaning it can be launched from a aircraft carrier's catapult. This is, of course, the tandem seat version of the aircraft. You can see there's 2 people in that aircraft. It carries an internal 20mm M61 rotary cannon inside, just next to its cockpit. There it goes. Can be configured for air-to-air, air-to-surface, or swing roll, meaning it can switch between the 2 mid-mission. You can see this one appears to be carrying 2, in fact 4, air-to-air missiles on its pylons. I can't quite get a visual on those. 2 on the outermost pylons, look like sidewinders. I can't tell if those are AIM-120s on the lower pylons. The Super Hornet is in service with the United States Navy primarily, as it was built primarily for them, but also in service with the Royal Australian Air Force as well as the Kuwaiti Air Force. And there's been 608 built at present. Showing off the impressive speed of the F-18 there as it shoots past, nudging the sound barrier as it does so. Of course, aircraft aren't technically allowed to break the sound barrier at Western air shows. It tends to break windows and annoy people. In fact, no aircraft are actually allowed to break the sound barrier within, I can't remember how many kilometres of land. There you go, rolling right side up. Levelling out, slamming on those burners and punching through. Amazing job. Here comes diving. Oh, are they winging over? Absolutely gorgeous looking aircraft, very intimidating. The main variant of the F-18 Rhino would be the EA-18 Growler, which is an electronic warfare aircraft, which is also carrier based. However, instead of mostly carrying the air-to-air and air-to-ground weapons that the F-18, this version of the F-18 takes, it's got a lot more electronic jamming and sensor equipment on board. Look at those massive Union Jacks just behind the cockpit on the wing stakes there. There's very unique wingtip vortices coming off the wings there, almost looking like little ribbons flying off the end of the wings as it darts off to crowd left. The main way to differentiate the Super Hornet from the regular F-18 Hornet, or the old version, is if you look at those air intakes. The intakes of the Super Hornet, like this one we see here before us, they're slanted, meaning that the aircraft has a much higher angle of attack, without the engines running a bit low on oxygen. So we'll have a good look at those air intakes now as it comes around. These are the air intakes of the Super Hornet. The Super Hornet is the backbone of the United States Navy, both now, has been for many years, and will be for many years to come. Some of its capabilities have been taken away from it with the F-35C. However, it's never going to fully replace the F-18, not within the F-35's lifespan. And of course, is the star of the film of the movie Top Gun. Top Gun Maverick, not the old one. This is the Super Hornet F model, being differentiated from the E model by its two seats, which you can see here. The F-18s can perform many roles, including air superiority, day and nighttime strike operations with their precision guided weapons, fighter escort, close air support, suppression of enemy air defences, maritime strike, reconnaissance, forward air control, as well as conducting tanker missions. The team here really putting the aircraft through its paces, putting lots of G-forces going up to 9 times Earth's gravity as it makes some of these really tight turns. Each of those engines provide up to 17,000 pounds of thrust, pushing the aircraft up to a speed of over Mach 1.6. The maximum takeoff weight of this aircraft is almost 30,000 kilograms. 29,937 kilograms. The flaps are down, the landing gear's down as he comes back towards the runway. Of course, the F-18 being carry capable needs to be able to stop in an absolute hurry. Of course, there's no arrestor hooks here at VRFAT, but the F-18 is still going to show us its short landing capabilities. Not right now, however. That was a touch and go, touching its landing gear on the runway for just a second before bringing them back in, showing off its animated landing gear that developers have worked hard to implement. Steep climbing, punching up and away from the crowd. And there it goes. One of the coolest things about the F-18 is it has a buddy-buddy refuel system, which means that they can refuel if they are... One sec. Look at that. Wow! Showing off its top side. That was a dedication pass if I've ever seen one. It has a buddy-buddy refuel system. If it's equipped with a refuel tank, it can effectively make it a tactical airborne tanker. Whilst its primary focus is of a fighter, it gives it extra multi-role purpose. It has a maximum external fuel capability, or capacity, sorry, of 5,900 kilograms, whilst internally it can carry 6,200 kilograms. This is a massive capacity of a fighter of its size. Not that this is a small aircraft by any means. It's an aircraft that rivals some small World War II bombers for scale. All modern fighter jets are quite large, but this one particularly is quite a big beast of an aircraft. Almost being as big as its predecessor, the F-14 Tomcat. Being carry capable, it does also have folding wings. And what's this we have? A second aircraft has joined the scene. I'm not entirely sure what that aircraft is. It's obviously another F-18. If someone could confirm in my DMs what I'm seeing before me right now. It looks like a slightly more legacy F-18. It hasn't got the Super Hornets intakes. But it's white. I'm not sure why it's white. Is it a special solo display model? I'm waiting for one of the crew to confirm what the hell I'm seeing. That's quite cool. The Super Hornet demo team did tell me that there would be a surprise at this airshow. This display. F-18C Legacy test plane. Thanks, guys. With its Super Hornet companion. You can see the size comparison between these two aircraft. The Legacy F-18 there on the right, with the Super Hornet there on the left. So you have a look at the air intakes. That's the easiest way to spot. You can see the Super Hornet has bigger intakes. This would be a good comparison. There we go. He might be the older brother, but it doesn't mean he's the bigger brother. The Super Hornet is a good percentage larger than the Legacy Hornet. You can see the carrier landing hooks coming down now. Those will be deployed to catch the wires on aircraft carriers to help them stop in just a few seconds. Going from flight speed to a full stop in under 3 seconds. That's a lot of mass it needs to catch and hold. Coming in from crowd left, here comes both F-18, in fact, no, crowd rear, sorry, both F-18s. Absolute pleasure having these both. Showing off the differences. There they go, doing an inwards brake. Absolutely gorgeous aircraft. From what I'm looking at, I don't think the F-18s would be going out that far unless they were planning on landing. Yep, I can just about see the gear coming down now. As they both come in for a landing. Super Hornet will be landing first, followed by the Legacy Hornet. In fact, the Super Hornet may be landing. The Legacy Hornet says no. Nudging the speed of sound there. Absolutely flying along. He was so busy doing a fly past that I missed the actual touchdown. There, you see those American flags. Didn't realise actually the air brakes of the F-18. Helping it come to a full stop. You can hear the Legacy Hornet. Where's it gone? The canopy's popped open. Ah, jet noises! Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Where's the bloody F-18 gone? The Legacy Hornet.
There it is, visual. Is it coming for a landing? Yeah, the gears popped down. So here's the Super Hornet. This fancy team of 2. Coming in now comes the Legacy Hornet. Amazing job by the F-18 demonstration team. I was going to say solo there for a second, but it's not a solo anymore. It had its solo performance, then it got joined last minute. Being flown there by one, well, I don't know how you say that, Insane One, I don't know, and Airborne, ex-Airborne is the Rio. It's bloody loud, isn't it? Watching the Marines F-18 come in now. So it'll be a good chance to see the difference between the Legacy Hornet and the advanced model, the Super Hornet. There's the canopy coming open for the Legacy Hornet. The game massively lag spikes when I look at this aircraft. The amount of scripts in these aircraft are absolutely phenomenal. And here it comes. And that was the F-18 demo. Up next is the surprise display. Apparently it should be very short, but we've yet to see. Very well done to the F-18 demo team there, as we get ready now for the surprise demo. Suddenly the stream goes very quiet all of a sudden, doesn't it? So we have the surprise demo now. Oh, I think I can guess what this is going to be. I've just joined the game, and there's some very distinctive telltale marks on this map. Just asking for free cam, and then we'll get ready for the surprise display. Thank you, going live now. Good stuff. And I wonder if you guys can guess what the surprise display is going to be. I have no idea. Looks like this is set up with the RedBull Air Race. I can see something at the end of the runway there. A small aircraft sat there at the end of the runway. Is there anything else around? Yes, there is. There's a small RedBull aircraft bursting into life. Smoke's coming on. That's the first aircraft airborne. I wonder if they're going to have a race. Oh, hello, box. I know who that is. That's one of my moderators. That's one of the stream's moderators. Why aren't you moderating the stream? What are you doing over there? Looks like the first aircraft's inbound. How do I know the times? How do I find out who wins this race? And they're in. Here comes the race. Oh, look at this. I've tried this before. The amount of skill required to do this. It's a really difficult thing doing these air racing. The pilot needs very fast reactions. And through the gates. Well done. Here he comes. Straight into round 2. Lap 2. Good stuff. over the top. It's hard to get a sense of just how fast your reactions need to be for this. Yeah, just a disclaimer, this isn't the Red Bull Air Force we saw earlier. This is the Red Bull Air Race, which is a different group. This is a group that was, I'm not sure if they're still doing the air racing. Pulling back in, through the gates. Oh, it's hard. Awesome job. These guys need to confirm with me who wins this. Because they did different streams with different tracks and made a championship of it. I promise you it's a lot more exciting when you have the live times on the board, but I don't have access to that. Unless I wonder if I can. Is there a button to check the times? Sometimes there's a button. Can't tell what it is. Nope, never mind. Spamming the controller. Here comes the edge plane. Purling around. What are they doing? They're flying at each other. They're doing some synchro maneuvers. Very awesome. Pulling up last minute. They've given me some narration things to talk about the display. In today's demonstration, never seen on Roblox, you will see a small glimpse of the precision and excellency needed to fly in the world's most prestigious Red Bull air race. This demonstration is being performed by Soggy Shaft. Okay, I'm going to read it. I don't want to read it, but I'm going to read it. It's performed by Soggy Shaft, the better Patronimo, the coolest and best pilot on ROAV on behalf of his group, the virtual Roblox Red Bull Air Race. The other pilot is Box. He's Irish. So Box is flying the Edge aircraft, and the Red Bull aircraft I'm looking at right now is being flown by Soggy underscore Shaft. The aircraft they're flying is the Edge 540, and it can roll at 420 degrees per second. The real Red Bull Air Race started in 2023, but was forced to stop in 2019. They are planning on restarting it in the future. He's also got a list of facts for me to read out. That was one of them. Another one is elephants are the only mammals that can't jump. And the last thing he wants me to read is where did Lucy go after the bombing? What is this? Oh, they did a little heart. Look at this. They're not just doing an air race, they're doing a little demonstration as well. That's pretty. Where did they go? I've lost visual. There's one. Smoke comes back on as they fly towards crowd centre. I love these little edge aircraft. It's really awesome to have them here today. Purling up. Both of them doing synchronised manoeuvres. Up into the vertical before pulling back around. Awesome job by the pilots here. Flying in one after the other. Pulling up. Where's the second aircraft? Following just in behind. That's the loop. Second loop. Drawing Interesting shapes in the sky. Oh, for God's sake. I'd expect no. I know these pilots very well. They're originally from the Virtual Roblox Red Arrows team I was part of. That's how I know them, at least. I wouldn't expect anything less from these pilots. They're very skilled, but Jesus Christ, are they a bit loopy? Get it? And get it? Because they did a loop. It's funny, guys. I promise. That's quite funny. I knew they were drawing something. And they appear to have flown off into the sunset. Someone in chat asked what happened to the schedule. The A10 demo team cancelled and got replaced with an F14, and then every display team from that point decided they needed a surprise display. So the F18 had a surprise display. This is a surprise display. But we will still be closing the air show. Assuming that these guys don't take bloody forever. There we go, they're landing now. Very interesting landing there. Going inverted. As the Edge aircraft comes over the top. I'm not entirely convinced that these guys actually have a plan for their airshow. I think they're like, we can whack down some gates, we can do a pass, then we can just do some random airshow stuff. I don't think they filed a flight plan, to be perfectly honest. So we will still be closing the airshow with the Virtual Roblox Black Knights, and I can promise you they are an incredible display team, and they are worth the wait. We did zero preparation. Yeah, I thought as much. I did think as much. They didn't file a flight plan. They were like, what if we got some planes, flew around in circles, air show? Why is he taken back off? We're so far behind schedule now. Right, that was the Red Bull Air Race slightly haphazard demonstration. I really enjoyed it. I hope you guys did too. And finally, we're going to be closing the air show with the Virtual Roblox Black Knights. I'm switching to the day 2 schedule page for one last time. I know it's not accurate. We're very far behind schedule, but we have the Black Knights about to perform. This team is very cool. So let's move on to them. I know they've got narration, so it means I get a little break. And I'll be moving into my VC any second now. Just loading into the Black Knights game as we speak. And any second now, the Black Knights will be performing for your pleasure. They'll be closing the Virtual Roblox Festival of Aerobatics Teams 2022. I hope you all have very much enjoyed the air show over the last 2 days. We've had a lot of the most skilled teams on Roblox here for you today. But now it's time for the final performance of VRFAT. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now hand you over to the narrators of the Virtual Roblox Black Knights. So whenever you guys are ready, lads, take it away.
Hello? Oh, there we go. Sorry about that, my mic cut out. The Black Knights are the official aerobatics team of the Republic of Singapore Air Force, featuring 6 F-16C Fighting Falcons. The Black Knights emblem is spotted on the red vertical tail of each of the jets, and the team's name is written on both sides of the aircraft. The team was founded in 1973, originally named Osprey Red, flying the Hawker Hunter in 1974. The team was renamed and the Black Knights were born. The team flew and transitioned from many of the RSAF's fighters, beginning with the Hawker Hunter from 1973 to 1981, to the F-5E from 1981 to 1990. They then transitioned to the A-Force SU Super Skyhawk from 1990 to 2000, followed by the F-16A from 2000 to 2008. During those years, in the joint formation was also featured with 4 A-4s and 2 F-16As. The final transition was to the mighty F-16C Fighting Falcon beginning from 2008. On the runway to your right, the Black Knights have lined up in a double wedge formation and are completing their final takeoff checks. Now before you, the Black Knights will take off in formation in full afterburner. Please stand by as the Black Knights reposition for the first maneuver of the display. Unlike the other air forces, the Black Knights are not a full-time aerobatic team. They are operationally ready pilots from Singapore's active fighter squadrons. There are only a few aerobatics teams in the world that fly combat-ready jets, and the Black Knights are proud to be one of them. Today, you will watch them as they light the sky ablaze with their well-coordinated maneuvers and synchronized execution. Ladies and gentlemen, entering the show centre from behind, our very own aerobatics demonstration team from Singapore, the Black Knights! Black Knights consist of 6 pilots, flying Black Knight 1 Avaseth, call sign Miso. On his right, flying Black Knight 2 Beaver, call sign Beaver. Flying on the left of the leader is Black Knight 3 Bijen, call sign Gentro. Directly behind the leader is Black Knight 4 Shugi, call sign Pigeon. Flying lead solo Black Knight 5 is Duchy, call sign Beagle. And lastly, flying Black Knight 6 is Lyrical, call sign Sins. And here comes the opening curtain. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready as the pilots return to the show center. From your left and right, pushing the boundaries and closing in for a thrilling maneuver we call the classic hit. Keep watching as they come in for an exhilarating alien roll hit. From your front, Black Knights 1 through 4 will enter the show center in a line astern formation while executing a 5G loop. Here comes Black Knight 6 with the thundering speed pass. Now watch closely as Black Knight 5 and 6 swiftly join up with the formation. Rolling in from your left, the Black Knights have formed a ship. Swiftly changing into a formation, intimidating the shape of a spear right before your eyes. This aerial display is a showcase of team excellence, discipline, and professionalism. It is also a testament to the quality of our people. This show would never have been possible without our maintenance crew for maintaining our jets in tip-top condition. From your right, the Black Knights will transform into a swan formation, great accuracy and finesse. Now watch as the Black Knights move in tighter into a sapphire formation. Have your cameras ready because you'll be the best photo opportunity. At center point, Black Knights 1 to 4 will experience high Gs when executing a crisscross. And here comes the two solos experience up to 9 Gs in the needle cross. Slow speed maneuvering is very important in combat. Let us show you the graceful flying of this aircraft in this very challenging maneuver we call the low and slow. Now feel the roar of the F-16s as they go into full afterburner. Keep going. From your left, Team Black Knights execute a series of rolls. Watch as they set the sky ablaze with the maneuver they call the Way of the Dragon. Keep your eyes to the front as Black Knight 5 and 6 pierce the sky in the vertical spiral. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, from your right, Black Knights 1 to 4 perform synchronized aerial and roll. ready for the twinkle rolls. Now watch to the side as Black Knight 5 goes inverted straight down, directly at Black Knight 6 cockpit, only meters apart. This is the mirror pass. Celebrating 50 years of independence, this next maneuver is dedicated to the people of Singapore, symbolising dedication, success, joy and love. Presenting the Diamond Pass in review. The Black Knights are the only team in the world to perform this type of maneuver in fly-by-wire aircraft. Black Knight 6 will demonstrate the great agility of the F-16 with this next maneuver. This is in her inverted helix. There are only a few teams in the world who fly combat-ready jets. The Black Knights are proud to be one of them, flashing the national flag. From your right, Black Knight 5 with the razor-sharp knife-edge pass. And Black Knight 6 performing the quadruple rolls. Black Knights are very hard-working, dedicated pilots and flight instructors. Each clocking thousands of hours in the air, these pilots are tasked with defending the nation's skies. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the more challenging maneuvers by the Black Knights, that was the double inverted ramp. In the heart of our third generation Air Force, we thank the people who keep our nation safe. Reaching up and moving onwards represent our strength, energy, and enthusiasm. Team Black Knights is also a source of pride to all Singaporeans and the RSAF. Soon, Team Black Knights will execute a maneuver specially designed to honor Singaporeans who've worked hard to build our nation. The diamond formation symbolizes Singapore, while the solar spiraling around them represent the hard work and commitment of our people overcoming challenge is inspiring the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, in remembrance, the dedication pass. We hope to have inspired all. We hope to have inspired all to represent the future of our nation, a significant reflection on a milestone of achievements and pride to our nation, echoing our story, our home, our heart, and our Singapore. For the grand finale, Team Black Knights will display to you, young and old, past and present, with this magnificent finale burst. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that was the Black Knights giving a golden salute to the nation with the finale burst. Now the Black Knights will come once again for their final maneuver. From the left, the virtual roadblocks. Black Knights! With the landing break, we have come to the end of this aerobatic demonstration of Team Black Knights. We hope to have inspired you at the virtual Roblox Festival of Aerobatic Teams 2022 today. Thank you for enjoying the Black Knights. Feel free to ask any questions by contacting us on Twitter at VRBKDT. This is Black Knight 7 wishing you a pleasant day and blue skies always.
And with the Black Knights touching down now, that concludes the virtual Roblox Festival of Aerobatic Teams for 2022. I hope you all have enjoyed this air show. We've had we've had more than 19 teams in total because we had a couple of surprise displays in there as well. I think we had it's got to be 22 demo teams total. So I hope you've all very much enjoyed all the displays you've seen here today. Absolutely amazing having the Black Knights closing the show. Definitely one of the best display teams on Roblox. I understand the founder, Horizon Eyes, has once again joined the VC. I think it's almost tradition at this point for you to close the show. Horizon, do you want to say a few words?
Yes. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you to the performers. Thank you to the organisers. Thank you to Patrick for streaming.
That's me.
I know it takes a lot of effort and a lot of time to do it, so thank you very much.
You know, it's 8 hours of streaming total today.
It's crazy. And obviously thank you to everyone watching, because if it wasn't for you guys there'd be no point in us doing this. So thank you very much everyone.
And with that, Black Knights, guys, do you guys want to say anything?
Black Knight 1 checking in. Thank you guys for coming. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. We worked hard for this. See you guys next year.
Phenomenal performance. Thank you very much. I'm going to deafen myself for a second. Yeah, absolutely phenomenal display by all the performers. Amazing having the Black Knights, of course, close the show. But with that, that was VRFAT. Before you leave, however, I'm going to be streaming again in about 15 minutes, maybe less than, because it's the Pensacola air show. This is going to be an air show you can join. This will be an air show you can come in game and have a look around. It's going to be a much more chill air show. I'm not going to be in this robotic beep boop. Look at this amazing performance. If there's a mistakes, I'm going to laugh. Whilst I've been very polite to this VRFAT because I'm the official streamer. If there's a mistake, I'll pan away very slowly. I only laughed for one mistake. But if I'm going to go to Pensacola, I'm going to be able to join you guys in game. That stream will be published very, very shortly. I'll publish the link to join in the pin chat. It'll basically be a streaming Sundays thing, but for an air show instead. Thank you very much for everyone who's performed. The Black Knights are looking absolutely gorgeous as usual. I would exit the free cam. There we go, if I couldn't. Oh, absolutely gorgeous. Amazing work by the whole team there. And for those of you who want to join me on the Pensacola air show, look out for my stream. I'll be back very shortly. I'm going to grab some food because I haven't eaten dinner. I'll probably be eating it on stream. Yeah, so wait for my stream. I'll post it in the link in the chat. I'll be posting it on my Discord as well, maybe. Just look out for the stream, basically. Other than that, that concludes the virtual Roblox Festival of Aerobatic Teams. I hope you all enjoyed it very much, and I'll see you all in about 15 minutes. Thank you very much for watching. Patron. Oh shit, one second, I've just noticed that my outro screen says we'll resume at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Let's delete that. Thank you very much for watching. Patron out.